Alrighty. Let's go ahead and start doing some pit runs. Probably just stick with tier 70 right now with where our gear is at. I don't think it would be good to do anything. It might take too long to do anything higher than that. Oh, the world boss. Let's run up here and do the world boss real fast. I need more gold, man. This stuff is so expensive, and I don't feel like killing myself trying to grind gold. I gotta start trading. I feel like with the amount of gold everything costs, they need to make a marketplace where people can just post their stuff in game. At this point, it's a bit excessive, in my opinion. Everything's so damn expensive. Finish, get this guy killed. I wasn't even paying attention there. I was hitting that stupid box. Hopefully I can get a another. I only have one of these stupid Stygian stones. I hope I can get another one. Let's go ahead and run to the pit real fast. Alright, so we'll stick with tier 70. I like tier 70 for my current gear. And like I said, I honestly don't feel like going crazy. I honestly don't feel like going crazy farming a bunch of gear and everything. Go ahead and sell this stuff. Use our attack speed elixir. And then hop in. Do I think I'll level everything to like rank 8, and then I'll just push to tier 100. See how well it feels with the current gear I have. I don't know if I'll push any higher than that. I don't really feel like I want to. All right, we're good. I feel like there are way too many of these stupid armor enemies. Our wolves are geniuses. So I was finally able to get a good pair of Tarity, and honestly, I think this is probably one of the best versions of Shear, man. It is so insanely tanky. I almost wish I had built this in Softcore so I could really take chances with it. But I went ahead and made a Softcore variation in the build description. I mean, in Mobilytics, so that way if people want to try it out, they can. I haven't made the video yet for it. I'll probably make the video soon. If I don't die. If I don't die. I just have to get another Stygian stone so I can do a boss. If I had more rolls on my damage to distant enemies, this would be so much faster, but it's like I don't got the money to sit there and re-roll every single piece of gear. And I don't have the patience either. I wish I had a better staff though. I wish I had some greater affix rolls in my staff. And I wish I had like max damage to either damage or damage over time. I almost want to make a damage to close variation of this build. I feel like a damage to close would be funner than damage to distant, even though it would probably do less damage overall. It'd still be more fun. You could probably use like Hurricane and stuff like that for damage reduction. It would be nice if basic skills actually were this powerful. I think it would be pretty cool if we could make basic skill builds that were this powerful, that didn't require like some weird aspect. Like it would be nice if Stormclaw was this strong, just to be able to... I'm actually going to build a Stormclaw build using this setup, kind of. Like this exact setup with Temerity. I think Temerity and Hectic for cooldown on Debilitating Roar. But I'm going to do that in Softcore. I'm not going to build a Stormclaw build. Have to get up that close to enemies and hope they die. God, I hate how dumb the wolves are. They just kind of chill in the back. Get out of here. Well, I didn't mean to use that. Now, something interesting that I found out about Temerity is that it only gives you roughly 30% of your overheal as barrier, which I thought was pretty unfortunate. I was hoping that you could build barrier really fast with just your auto attacks. But because we used Debilitating Roar, and we have, like, I did have Howl on here, but I swapped it out for Wolves. But if I'm able to get Debilitating Roar up almost 100% of the time, then I can swap out, like, Maul here. If I can swap out Maul, that'd be great, but... And I would be using Trample, however, on a controller, Trample is really unreliable. So we're going with Bulwark. I think Bulwark's better overall. Like, it just feels a little better. Plus you get that, you know, if you don't immediately get your barrier stripped off, you end up having Unstoppable for a longer period of time. And then, obviously, I just have Maul, so you can swap back and forth really easy between Werewolf and Werebear to get easy stacks. But most of the time, I forget to even do it. In the human form, though, I would use Claw. Let's see. Gotta love them putting right on. Just drop that right on top of me. I can't wait till they change this, where they don't stack these multiple enemies. Oh, I just want to show you guys how much HP, like effective HP I can get off of this setup. So I already have like 89k without fortitude. This is why I love this build, that I'm like, I really wanted to pair Temerity just because I knew it would work out really well. I'm going to show you how much effective HP you have. So look at that 62k barrier, and I can get it higher than that. Like I can build it up with my and you can actually use your potions and stuff like that without a fortitude. 89k HP, 68k barrier. So yeah, I got the pants kettle. Like, look at how tanky this shit is, bro. So if I can cast Debilitating Roar over and over and over again, I'm basically just healing, and the enemies have to actually... I actually think this is better than the basic Wind Shear because poison doesn't affect barrier like that. So if you were to PvP with this in Softcore, you would I think you would destroy other Wind Shear users because you would have barrier and they don't. But when you get that barrier all the way up here, I'll show you how much... And this is without a fortitude elixir. I have an attack speed elixir on right now. The best way to do it is through your potions. Your potions give you a lot of HP. And it gives you something to pick up. So with this 68k barrier, 89, almost 90k HP. So you have like... I can get this to almost 200,000 effective HP. So it's like they're going to have to get through that entire barrier before they even touch my HP. And then I just cast Debilitating Roar. You just keep healing up over and over again. Plus, you get a nice little heal from your Wind Shear. So it's really nice. Now, the problem is obviously I don't have the patience to roll these pieces of gear over and over again. So what I did was I just got the rolls I wanted for the most part on the first 4 ranks, but I'm probably not going to be able to be selective about anything else. So like I'll get willpower here. I hope I get a double crit on damage to distant right now, but I don't think I'll be able to. Like I don't think I'll have the patience to. This already cost me like 100 mil just to kind of re-roll everything. Hey, what's up? So, but you see there the gear I have. I'm going to push to tier 100 once I have everything at rank 8. It's super tanky, like insanely tanky. And with, like I said, with fortitude, I have like insane amounts of HP. And if you use fortitude, like if I want to push, I'll go fortitude. I should probably use bestial rampage while I'm farming just because it's a little faster. But I have a softcore setup in the link. I put the link already down in the description, and I have the build page up on Mobalytics. And there's a softcore variation. That's the very first page on the build link. So that, because I know not a lot of people play hardcore this season. I was hoping there'd be more people, but unfortunately, just not a lot of people who want to play hardcore. And I don't necessarily blame them, you know. Without the death elixir and everything, it's been a lot harder to figure everything out, but man, I can't stand those little electric eyeballs. But I feel pretty comfortable doing like 70s for farming, even though it still takes a little while. Just because of the single target. I could use the elixir, the Holy Bolt elixir, but I don't know. I don't want to keep using my ovals to make Holy Bolt elixirs. I feel like they need to add more stuff into the end of pit. Like they need to be giving you gems. They need to give you like a whole bundle of stuff out of the chest. Gold, gems, items, everything. It needs to be like, this is the end game, you know, kind of thing you're running. So I feel like it doesn't give you enough. Everything costs so much gold. I actually had to, I have my pulverize, my overpower pulverize setup done. I'm not done, but I'm gonna start working on it after I finish up with this build. I have the character, I have the framework done and most of the gear pieces that I want. I just need to, you know, go through and do some fine. Like, I need to get a Banished Lords. I don't have a Banished Lords talisman. And then once I get a Banished Lords, I'll be able to tell you how far I can push with the Overpower setup. I don't think it'll be anywhere near this, though. Like, well, I think it'll be here, but it's going to be tricky because you have to play it a certain way, unfortunately. I'm not going into that without my debilitating roar. But I'll end up playing that after I finish this. So I'm trying to get my gear pieces to rank 8 before I swap to my companion build. Then I'll level that up all the way. And then once I level that one up, I'll level up and kind of start working on that. I'll work on my Overpower Pulverize setup in hardcore at the same time. And I'll probably put out the companion build, but then I'll focus on the Overpower build. And then I'll probably run into the rogue, like start building out my rogue in Stormclaw build in Softcore. Or yeah, bro, I know. I'm like, if I can get, I've gotten over like 20 mil, like I've hit like over 20 mil, I believe, like 20, 25, 26 mil with an Overpower crit. But if I can't get it up to like closer to, you know, 75, 100 mil or somewhere in there, I feel like it's not going to feel so good. Just because most builds can either do a ton of damage, like 3 to 5 mil ticks super fast, like Tornado, or they can do a huge chunk of damage really fast. And if you're basically building up your Pulverize, and it's going to take you a second to do that with Banished Lords, and then you get like some wimpy Pulverize hit, obviously it's not going to be useful. But if you can, I think if you can get as close to 100 mil as possible, even if it's even possible, Lord knows I'm going to try. Yeah, I said that already, bro. I've said that in a previous video. Like, Shepherds, they need to completely gut Shepherds, turn it into something else, and then bake all that damage, like, actually balance out the class. The problem is that instead of balancing the class this season, they said, oh, okay, we're just going to make Wrath skills and core skills use Shepherds. And it's like, bro, what the hell? No one wanted to do that. No one wants to have companion skills on every damn build we use. That's boring. But that's what they did. They basically doubled down on it, and it's kind of sucky. And another problem they have, God, I'm going to turn this into another rant stream. Another problem they have with the class is that every single skill requires an aspect for some reason to do well. Like, take Tornadoes for example. It's one of our better core skills. In order to make it good, you have to have Storm Chaser. Just to make your Tornadoes actually hit enemies, you have to use an aspect on a class that's already starving for aspects. It's like, we need aspect slots, and we have to use aspect slots. Or instead of making the skill good, what do? They give us a unique item, right? Like, look at Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm is absolute trash. What do? They give us aesthetic wraps. Okay, well, there goes there goes another slot. There goes an aspect slot. You know, there goes temperings and everything. Landslide, absolute hot garbage. What do? They give us a unique that makes it somewhat better, and it's not even good because Earth skills are terrible. But I mean, it's really every time they kind of fix something, it's not really a fix. It's just like, okay, well, we're gonna give you, we're gonna give you a new unique item. Well, we already have enough unique items. We can't even really use our aspects the way we want to. I thought it was funny though, they nerfed retaliation. They nerfed retaliation and buff Shepherds. So I'm just like, why'd you do that? Doesn't make any sense. They nerfed retaliation and fixed it because it was multiplying too many times. That's why people were thinking retaliation was so good. It was actually a bug. I have to pay attention here. I'm kind of like looking down at my phone. I can't do that in hardcore. Still haven't found my tablet, so I'm kind of looking down. By the way, those guys with the masks, I love the fact that they telegraph their attacks so well, so it doesn't really bother me, but dang, did they not hit hard? You guys hit ridiculously hard. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing, brother? Yeah, but there's a lot of issues with the class. Even like things like Blood Howl. Like Blood Howl's absolutely terrible. So what do? They're like, okay, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna turn it into a shout. Well, what the hell? It's not designed to be a shout. And in order for it to be a shout, you have to use an aspect. It's kind of silly. For a Blood Howl to actually do the things it should do by itself, you have to use an aspect. It's like 10% crit chance, it hits party members and stuff. That should be built into the skill. A lot of things should be like that with the Druid. There's so many things that should be like that. Took way too long to do this one. I knew I seen a Lilith. I was like, I seen something over there. You know, I really like the masterworkings. They need to have something. Yeah, I think the problem with the overpower mechanic, right, is that barbarian exists. So every time they nerf something with overpower, they end up they're doing it in an attempt to bring barb down a little bit, but what they end up doing is just completely destroying anything with the grizzly bear. No, I don't disagree, Mike. I don't disagree that they should work to boost party members. I actually agree with that. I'm fine. See, here's the thing. It's not that I'm opposed to these skills being shouts. It's not that I'm opposed to... it's not that I'm opposed to these being shouts, right? I'm fine with that. My issue is that they weren't designed to be shouts. And because they weren't designed to be shouts, we have no passives here to support these skills to be shouts. I mean, Bloodhound by itself isn't designed to be a shout. You have to have a whole aspect, which we're starving for aspect slots, because Druid is not just a class that needs more aspect slots. It's a class that needs unique items for just about every single damn build you want to make, and you usually need at least 1 to 2 uniques. It's ridiculous, and it just gets to be very difficult to kind of balance out the class, especially when everybody's looking at Barbarian and being like, well, Barbarian does this much damage, we should all be able to do that. And at some point, I'm just not even going to be like, you know, nerf things. I'm just like, whatever, just buff everything. This is why I keep saying, like, if they don't want to nerf Barbarian, they need to give every single class 2 1-hand slots and 2 2-hand slots, because without that, it's impossible to balance these classes out. And I don't mean perfectly balance them, but for God's sake, like, there's no way you can tell me that that they're really kind of looking at the classes and being like, okay, we need to kind of like, you know, do this for this class. It's just, at this point, it's like, I don't even know. I'm going to keep making videos on it, but I don't really expect anything to, you know, come to fruition. Maybe in Season 5, but chances are they'll just make Shepherd's Aspect give you a 20 times multiplier for every companion. You know, it's kind of silly in my opinion. Like, We got Thunderstruck node, and that gives you an uncapped multiplier off of valuable damage buckets, like damage to close, that you can apply to all enemies. But then you have like Earth and Devastation that gives you a crit damage multiplier, which it's almost impossible to build out your crit damage because you need so much HP now. You need attack speed for everything. You need, you know, so it's already kind of worse than Thunderstruck in that sense. But then it's also capped at 40%, and then it also works off of damage to crowd control enemies. So it's just like really another funny thing, like I've always said, is that Druid is a class that's designed to do crits, right? We have a lot of crit multipliers. Avian Wrath, you know, we have that. We have in Venom, we have Earth and Devastation. So we have all these crit damage multipliers. Yet we can't use swords, which is the only weapon that gives you critical strike damage. Even that would be a really big buff to the class. Just having that option to have like critical strike damage. Because there's not a lot of ways to build crit strike damage without sacrificing somewhere, and usually it's going to be like a place that you don't want to sacrifice, like attack speed. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I definitely don't want this to be a good build next season, I can tell you that. And not that I'm opposed to that basic skill builds. I love basic skill builds, but not like this. Like, this is... I'm talking against myself. I have a build, and I'm going to make the build, but I'm like, hey, this build clearly isn't the what we asked for. Like I said on X, though, I'm just happy Ace made the video because he has a much bigger platform than me. So I've started to see a lot more people talk about the Druid needing to be kind of changed in a way. Like every time I put out a video, like no one really sees it. I mean, people see it, and that's cool, but it's not like to his degree. So I'm glad that he's making the video. Yeah, I should play Softcore on stream, man. I start talking to you guys, and I keep looking down at my phone, which is in a position where I literally have to take my eyes off the screen. I got to get a professional setup, but I'm not a professional yet, right? Maybe someday. Oh yeah, definitely like just giving us our staff slot and a totem and one-hand weapon slot would do wonders for the class, right? It would change up it would change the way every build feels in a dramatic way. Like it would be amazing to have that, and I would be okay with that. Like I'd be okay with every class, like but they need, if the biggest one too is like the boons, man. The whole boon system needs a rework. The boons are just so they just lack the I don't know, they just lack a lot of interesting mechanics, I guess. I don't know. It's just not implemented in a way that's very interesting, and it's basically a glorified stat stick, and most of the stats are just so bad. I mean, the whole snake tree, like the whole snake tree is so bad unless you're using an ultimate. And the problem is most builds don't use ultimates because we don't have slots. We don't have skill slots because we have to run shepherds. So it's like, what are you going to do? And then like the Obsidian Slam would be good if it was like increasing your chance to overpower and not like overpower after killing 20 enemies. That is such a bad design. That's such a bad design. I don't even think they know how bad. I don't know. Maybe they do. Do they know how bad a design is? Anything that's applied after you kill a certain amount of enemies, it just doesn't work on bosses, which is basically the entire end game now. Like, bossing is the entire end game. You kill tormented bosses, you kill the bosses at the end of pits. It's basically the end game, and you can't even get any use out of things like that. Anytime there's something you can't apply to bosses, it immediately becomes trash. They either need to change the way that stuff functions, or they need to add a secondary effect for bosses. So it's like, this is how it works, but when you're up against a boss, this is how it works. And they have that for a few things, but they need to make it more common. It needs to be on everything, specifically everything that requires you to do some kind of conditional, like CC the enemy, right? Because you can't CC bosses, you can only stagger them after you build their stagger bar, which means that there's so much damage that you don't get out of your build. I was actually watching with Djo's stream earlier, and he was talking about Rogue and how Rogue's damage is so bad until you actually CC the enemies, because most of their, like, the damage with his build, I guess, is based off of, you know, some kind of damage to crowd control enemies. So yeah, they need to fix that. Like, that needs to be changed immediately. Like, it's not a good way to do things. It's really not. I prefer this guy. There you are. Where are you putting that at? Shouldn't I just wait to do this until they patch this thing so I'm not dodging 75 mechanics at once? I'm gonna take that. Part of me wants to, you know, at the end of the season, I'm gonna see how tanky I can. If I make it there with this build, I'm gonna see how tanky this build is by running into Lilith waves in like the highest tier pit that I've reached. Couldn't clear 79 pit, couldn't kill a tormented boss. I definitely could see that. See, I've seen that echoed, that sentiment echoed, RJ. I've seen that sentiment echoed multiple times, where now we're making everything a storm skill. And to me, again, that is incredibly poor. Like, that is incredibly poor class design. Thunderstruck node is not good. Okay, it's not good. It's not good because we have to have it, right? So by making Shred a storm skill, you're just compounding the issue. Now everything has to be a storm skill. Now we're literally using storm skills for earth skills. That's ridiculous. They need to buff Shred. They need to buff Landslide. They need to buff these skills. Hey, what's up? What's up, Divine? They need to buff these skills and make them good without requiring them to be a different skill. Like, it's silly. When you really think about it, like, why would you want everything to be funneled into Thunderstruck node? Because it's the only one we have that's really amping our damage. But it's not good because we have to have it. So it's really poor class design. Like, you can't have it like that. They need to make Shred, like, why can't you just play a werewolf and it be good? Why can't you just play a werebear and it be good? Right? Like, it needs to be good, and then there should be things that you can put on top of it to kind of change it up if you want to. But you shouldn't have to use Thunderstruck. You shouldn't have to use storm skills. It's just really poor class design at that point. And I really don't want the class. This class should be, like, Druid is one of the most aesthetically pleasing classes. You have werewolf, you have werebear, you have lightning, you have all these earth skills, you know. And not just that, but you can combine them and make it a really cool, you know, kind of look for a class, you know. And they've just kind of like bled all the creativity out of the class. And that's the bit. I mean, there's just so many things that are obvious issues, right? And like I said it time and time again. There's so many clear, obvious issues, and one of them obviously is Shepherds and now Stampede, because, you know, they nerfed Retaliation, so there's not really a good option outside of Stampede. The next one is your boons. The boon system is trash. It needs to be better. After that, every single skill needs to be taken in, like, actually looked at and buffed out accordingly. Like, you should not need an aspect to make your tornadoes actually hit enemies. You should not need a unique set of gloves to make your lightning storm become okay. Not great, just okay. Like, you shouldn't need that. I mean, how many times have they buffed Ravies? How many times have they buffed out Ravens? Ravies and Ravens have been buffed like every patch that they've ever released, and they're still absolutely god-awful skills that don't do anything of value for your class other than, you know, maybe, I mean, at least Ravens gives you crit damage and you can apply vulnerability if you're using a pet build. But, I mean, and if for the life of me, I'm not sure, like, why they still have, like, why 3 of our key passives still exist. Like, Lupine, Ferocity, Perfect Storm, and Earth and Might, all of them just useless now. Like, what are they there for? They've been... Cataclysm is still bad. Lacerate is an ultimate skill that apparently they thought would be better as a buff skill. I don't agree with that. I think if it's an ultimate skill, it needs to be hitting like a truck, but they don't think that. I mean, there's just a lot, man. There's a lot. There's a lot of things that just don't make any sense, and they've just kind of... Here's my issue. And you know, obviously at the end of the day, it's always up to, like, the developers to do the testing, you know, and make sure things are working as they're intended to work, which pretty much never happens any season. Like, even this season with Druid, all the builds that are good are pretty much bugs. But the problem is like, early on with the Druid, everybody was hyping up builds that were not functioning as they were intended. And a lot of the issue is people are like, oh, Druid's great, you have Poison Shred. Okay. Druid's great, you have an 8 Bulwark spam. It's like, okay, that's a bug. Like, these are bugs. These things are not intended to work like that. And once they took all of our bugs away, now look at our class. Like, it's like very bland. Every build's pretty much the same build. You can't really do too much. You know, I've seen so many tornado builds, and I was going to make one this season, but I've seen so many tornado builds and people just, like, trying their best to make unique things with their tornado build, but it's absolutely the same build over and over again. I feel like, man, like, that is just really sucky. Like, even me doing this, I had to make Temerity useful. I wanted to do something different, so I was like, let me go after something interesting. Let me use Temerity. Let me see if I could make the pants that no one's using this season, make them actually work. And I actually did. I made it work. This actually works really well, and I'm super duper tanky, and I think it's definitely a good variation for the build. But it's just like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel trying to find stuff, because everything is basically the same setup. Stack out tons of HP, make sure you have your companions, make sure you have debilitating roar, call it a day. That's like every build. And make sure you have Thunderstruck node, because if you don't, good luck. Like, that's the one thing you're gonna need. I'll read everything you guys are posting out. I'm sorry, like, I just don't want to die. I just don't want to die. I've died so many times to things this season. Some my fault, most not my fault, but some of them were my fault. Like, wouldn't it be cool if Shear had a passive that allowed Shear to fracture and hit multiple enemies? Where it was like, you know, the first enemy it hits, you know, it fractures off into two other wind shear bolts, and those wind shear bolts continue to travel to, like, just things like that would be so cool. I think then people would like the whole, it would look really interesting, at least, you know, things like that. Earth Spike is another great one. So the aspect for Earth Spike, that aspect, for some reason they decided to give Earth Spike a 1 second cooldown, and I'm not sure, oh my god, I'm not sure why, but that aspect actually makes Earth Spike decent, but then they give it like a cooldown. And it looks cool. It's like a big giant, you know, line of rocks flying into the enemy. See if we can just find stuff over here to kill. I want to show you guys how much HP and how much barrier that I have with Temerity. I'll show it to you after. I think I have the Fortitude Elixir on too, so that's... I think I just put it on there. Not this guy again. Hate this guy. Oh, and it's this one that you have to move. And the wind. They said we're gonna give you all the... I win. All right. So look at how much, just so you guys can see it, just because I really am interested in this. Look at, I'm going to show you my HP and my barrier when I hit Werebear. Just use my potions to get it up there. Alright, so look at... Where's my mouse at? Look at that. 107k HP, 81k barrier. That's the power of Temerity. And you know what's even cool? You keep that barrier when you go back out of your Werebear. Even after you lose the HP buff. I actually have the... Yeah, you see that? I'm telling you, man. I got the... I might have started late in the season because I was sick. And I had issues outside of that too. But I know what I'm doing, okay? I have made the single tankiest Werebear wind shear build that you could make, okay? You can literally have double your health. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, I'm going to read this stuff real quick. Oh, yeah, bro, Druid is my favorite. I don't care. I'll complain until the day is done, but I love the Druid class. I love the Druid class, man. Yeah, I don't blame you, Droid. Definitely wait till Tuesday for the push, bro. Although it's kind of tainted after that, right? Yeah, anything would be better, bro. Like anything like wind shear causing tornado. That would be cool. Like mini tornadoes, like something like that. Like wind shear caused like a little mini tornado, chance to cause a tornado. I don't care. Just something unique, something interesting. No, I didn't see. I didn't see his video about the Xbox event. What's going on with that? I haven't had a chance. I haven't really had a chance to watch a lot of stuff. Go ahead and level some things. I'm not going to be too picky about these ones because I don't have the patience. I don't have the gold. You guys see, I'm in poverty mode. Yeah, I agree, man. They need to fix the skills, the base skills, guys. Like all of these skills, Tornado needs to just work, right? It shouldn't need Storm Chaser aspect. Lightning Storms needs to be buffed up. Pulverize needs to be buffed up. Shred needs to be buffed up significantly. Landslide needs to be buffed up and reworked. Earth skills, I know this for a fact. Earth skills have a problem hitting enemies. There definitely is. I've seen this with Pulverize, and I've seen it with Landslide. They definitely have some issue hitting enemies. I'm not exactly sure. Earthen Bulwark, absolutely trash now because max life is so high. Your barrier gets shredded immediately. They need to buff this up significantly. It should work off of your max health, not your base life. Like, that is such a bad design because base life is still incredibly low, and we're just adding life to our character. So this needs to work off of max life. Cyclone is absolute trash. It needs to be completely reduced. Like, that cooldown needs to be significantly lower, and that's with all my cooldown. It needs to already give you damage protection against physical damage, and there should be an option to make this a pull. So this needs to go, and they need to make this Cyclone now pulls enemies towards you. And it can make them vulnerable for all I care, but it should pull enemies towards you. Bloodhound needs to automatically be a shout with a duration. It needs to give you the crit chance, and it needs to heal all of your party members for a duration. You shouldn't need to use an aspect for it. It's just brain dead silly that they would make it like that. Debilitating Roar, perfectly fine. Great defensive skill. Almost too good, to be honest. These are fine passives. Wolves are in a good place, I think, with their damage you can scale. My only issue is with companions is there are too many damage buckets. Poison does not scale appropriately in terms of what you can do with it, like for bossing and for in-game content. It needs to be much better. Poison Creeper's crit chance is actually getting less valuable because we're getting so much crit. Ravens is absolute garbage. It needs to be completely reworked and buffed up. Clarity is very niche. I'm not sure what to do with this passive, even though I kind of like it. What's up, my son? Charged Atmosphere. Hot garbage. No, this needs to, like, I don't know why this is still in the game. It is one of the worst, if not the worst, passives in the game. Let's see. Endless Tempest. It should not be a percent duration. It needs to be a flat duration. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds. Skill points are very valuable. They don't feel like they're giving enough to go for this passive. Hurricane is fine. Boulder needs a massive rework, and it needs to lucky hit chance significantly buffed up. These passives are fine. Rabies is still a problem because of how poison damage scales. Toxic Claws. It needs to affect both Werebear and Werewolf. Trample needs an option to trample through enemies and not actually hit them. And Healing Received, no one uses that. Provocation. There needs to be an option to select what skill you want to overpower. That's a no-brainer there. The problem is you'll use your overpowers on things you don't even want to. For instance, you can overpower with Ravens. Who wants to do that? You can overpower with a number of skills. It would be nice if you could select only core skills. Petrify is fine. This is trash. Rework that. Circle of Life is fine. That's fine. That's fine. Cataclysm, garbage. Needs to do something with that. Lacerate. Who wants to run a buff ultimate skill? Natural Fortitude, no one uses passive. No one should use this passive. This entire passive tree needs to go. It's absolutely hot garbage. Grizzly Rage needs to be reverted to what it was before they nerfed it when the game launched. So this needs to give you perma unstoppable. Grizzly Rage is good if this would actually give you perma unstoppable. And then they probably could buff that up a little bit. Perfect Storm is awful. Earth and Might is awful. Lupine Ferocity. Who the hell wrote that down on a piece of paper and thought that was a good idea? They should be smacked. Beastia Rampage, take off the duration. Even if you take out some of that damage, take the duration off. It makes the skill, the key passive clunky. Earthsign Strength is probably our most, I would say, reliable passive, but it probably needs a buff if we're going to contend with classes like Barbarian. So, anyway, I'll probably turn that into a video at some point in time in the near future. But yeah, there's a lot of problems. Boons, let's see. Thorns, Maximum Spirit. No one uses that. No one's using Advantageous Beast. We need Unstoppable. We don't need crowd control impairing duration reduction. The only great passive tree here, I think this is fine, although Crit Strike should probably be buffed up a little bit so it actually becomes some kind of contender. Pack Leader probably still needs to be buffed. Here's the thing, Lucky Hit is so bad, and I wish it wasn't, but it is. I wish they would just make these, just take Lucky Hit off. I'm sorry. Just take Lucky Hit off if you're not going to change these dramatically. So crit Strikes have a chance for 25%, you know, that'd be good. Energize, same thing, dealing damage, not Lucky Hit dealing damage, makes it trash. Bolster's trash, Calamity's fine, Calm Before the Storm is fine. Masochistic used to be good before they turned it into a Lucky Hit. Now it's trash, so take the Lucky Hit off. Overload, take the Lucky Hit off. Obsidian Slam, give you a higher percent here, maybe like 8% chance to overpower. There you go. There it is. That's my tirade for I'm off my soapbox. I'm off my soapbox. That's what I would do. I've thought about it a lot. I've made videos about it. I really think that it's not really that difficult if you actually just sit down and play the class. But I don't think anybody over there plays the Druid, so. I hate when these pits start out like this. Like, they should, like, why do they have it like starting out with these enemies right there on top of you? See, now you actually want to pick up your potions, guys. Now you actually want to pick up your potions. Like I said, I really wish I built this in Softcore so I could just really push the pit as far as I could. I'd probably try to get to tier 100, but I don't want to play with the gear, man. I don't want to farm gold like that. It's too expensive to masterwork the gear. And then you have to reset it if you don't get it on the right masterworking all the way to 0. I don't got time for that, man. I don't want to do that much, like, grinding for gold. Like, that's crazy. Get back. Oh, another thing, electrified obelisks should be targetable. You should be able to break them. It's way too powerful of an enemy modifier to not be targetable. Shit does way too much damage. Especially when, like, they stack them on top of you, or they stack them, like, in such a way that there's multiple, like, you run across multiple enemies with electrified obelisk, and they're just hitting you with, like, 3 or 4 of the little darts at once, little bolts of electricity. It'll kill you immediately. Yeah, Lucky Hit, bro. Oh my god. I would literally punch myself in the face if they did that. I would literally film myself punching myself in the face. I would post it on X, and I would @Adam Jackson, and I'd be like, look what you made me do, bro. Look what you made me do. I would punch my own face, bro. Oh my god. I just don't know why. I don't know why they can be so, like, clear about what they want to do with certain classes, and then, like, with the Druid, they're just like, make Hurricane really strong. It's like, but wait, guys, like, no one wants Hurricane. Like, no one wants to play just a Hurricane build. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we're just gonna make Hurricane do really big number damages because, you know, there was a meme once. And it was like 17 damage, and then, you know, so we're gonna make it do a lot more than. It's like, no, guys, we don't want Hurricane to be a super powerful skill. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the most dangerous hula hoop. No one wants to play with that. Okay. Dude, I'm telling you, I want to make a damage to close variation of this. I feel like damage to close would be so fun. You could use different, you know, different skills, like Hurricane to give you some damage reduction, stuff like that. I feel like it'd be a lot more fun than dodging all the time. Plus, you'd get your damage out faster. Even though you would lose a lot in your multiplier, it would still be a lot more fun. And then I could also use, like, Fang and Claw or something like that, just to get that bigger damage multiplier. Oh yeah, I know, bro. The Dust Devils. Well, listen, if we had a 100x multiplier, I believe Barbarian has like a key passive. Last time I looked at it, it's like a 100x multiplier for your damage. It was like something absurd. When you're in berserking, or I know they have a lot of crazy key passives. I like looked at it once upon a time to farm my softcore character. So I could get the renown grind done. I mean, I just can't imagine, like, you give a class... And I'm starting to believe, like, Rob might have, like, a lot of money. Like, he might own part of Blizzard or something. Because that man literally said, like, do not nerf Bash. And they were like, oops, we didn't mean that. We're not nerfing Bash. Then he's like, bosses should be weaker in the pit. And they're like, bosses are now weaker in the pit. I'm like, what is this man, a magician? He, like, has, like, a direct connection to these people. This man is... I need to get in this man's good graces. I'll start chatting him up about the Druid. He'll start talking about it. I need to figure that out, man. He's on to something, that guy. Yeah, I'm not going to be picky about these tier rank 8 affixes. I'm just going to be like, whatever. And then I'm not going to masterwork it all the way to rank 12. I don't have the patience to do that kind. Well, maybe I will later in the season. Because I'm only going to stick with 2 hardcore builds, and that's this one and then the Overpower Pulverize. I wish I might end up switching back to a crit-based Pulverize setup, because I don't know how well it will function. But, it's always this guy. Some angles are just better than others, guys. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, you disappear right at the last second, bro. Oh, I ran into that. That's what I love about the Temerity pants, man. I can just sit here and actually build up my barrier while I'm running around and while I'm, like, still taking damage. So you're just building up your barrier constantly. It's so good, man. Look at this. Basically like 200k. 200k. It's Temerity. That's all you do, man. You gotta nag, bro. Nag, nag, nag. Let's go ahead and make this, we'll get there eventually. I feel like Season 5, they're gonna do something big for the Druid. I just hope they do it the right way, man. Which they, you know, they listen a lot. I will say that. They listen a lot. And they've surprised me with a few things. So We'll see. Max life, I'll take it. More max life. There we go. I'll take that any day of the week. Whoo! Yes. Yes. Give it to me. Give me that damage. Give it to me. Because I'm not doing that again. Let's see our Paragon board, just with what I have on right now. Let's see. 195% multiplicative damage. What is that? What is that? Look at Earth and Devastation over here. Let's just go peek at it. Oh, I don't have it. Let's go look at it real fast. Poor Earth and Devastation. They're like, I think 2 different people did this, okay? This was not the same person. This person has no idea what this person up here did. And you cannot convince me otherwise. There's no way. Because this person was like, I want to make it really well balanced. I want to have something that you actually have to... And this guy was just like, we're going to give them the most powerful legendary node I could possibly think of. It's crazy. It's crazy, the damage. It's so crazy when you think about the difference there. All right, so we got a few more things though. One, I don't really care too much about the Tempest Roar. Let's just level the ring up and then just do this a couple more times. This will get easier and easier now. I'll use attack speed, so that way it's faster. I have so much HP. So that's why I made the look at 91k life without a fortitude elixir. You can just stay here at the beginning and just kind of build things. I could probably run Bestial Rampage because I could run Bestial Rampage. Not probably run Bestial Rampage, but here I am running in there. Okay, any day now. Good God. Everything has to explode. So crazy how much you can get on that Thunderstruck node. And I don't even have good rolls on my rings. Like, the ring rolls for the damage to distant enemies are just a pit. Like, they're pitiful. But I was like, I don't care. Like, they have the right stats, so I'm not gonna go crazy. I get tired of looking at stuff anyway. I just want to play the game. It's just so crazy how the damage just picks up when you get that extra multiplier. Your damage just really starts cranking up so fast. I should have done that with my landslide build. I should have got the right masterworking on the gear, but I wanted to do that build video like a person who just plays the game casually. Like, I wanted to just kind of masterwork it without really trying to hit anything, you know, specific, like chance to cast landslide. I just wanted to do it like a person who picked up the game and just started playing it without really, you know, putting a lot of time into min-maxing the gear. And I was actually pretty happy with it. I think I'll do that for the majority of my builds. Like, not go too crazy, because I don't think it's realistic. I don't think most people are going to be able to min-max their gear to the degree that a lot of these build videos, like some of these build videos, have some really crazy gear. I just don't think it's realistic at all. Like, maybe if you played one build for the whole season, but most people want to try out multiple things. If I could have only got that double crit, masterwork crit on my weapon, though, that would have been a big damage boost. It's like a mini, mini little knockback Cyclone has. Sometimes does feel okay. I just wish it had a short cooldown. Like, why would that knockback have a 20-second cooldown? That is absolutely crazy to give that knockback a 20-second cooldown. Thank you for running away from the damage reduction guy. Everything has to explode, right? Hopefully I get lucky with the ring. I'd love to get a crit on the damage to distant enemies on the ring too. It's not as big of a deal because that has a really low roll on it, but still, like, give me at least like 5 or 6 more multiplicative damage. And I'm also using Protector on my glyph slot instead of Earth and Sky, just to get that a little bit more damage reduction. While I have the barrier up. So all that's been changed in Mobalytics. So if you guys are interested in this version that I've made of Wind Shear, I did go ahead and post a link in the description of the stream. I haven't made the video yet. However, the first build page it will take you to is the one that's for Softcore. So it has all the damage, less health, less survivability, but way more damage in terms of the Paragon board. And it runs just straight Bestial Rampage. But this one, you can swap back and forth. I kind of like to have... I think I kind of just like having the comfort of having Ursine Strength. That extra 20% HP feels pretty good. Although, I do feel like I might get more out of Bestial Rampage just because damage is so important in the pit. It's like you have to have decent damage to make the pit feel a little bit easier. Get the drowned sea hag. Why did they go and put Lilith in here? Yeah, bro. I know how. Trust me, Mike. I know, bro. I know. Yeah, people just don't have that kind of time. So let's see. Let's see what we can get. How many do I have now? It's like just a one run. We'll do another run and then we'll level the ring up. I think I'll level the ring up and then I'll swap over to my my softcore setup. Let me try out. Let me just go ahead and run Bestial Rampage. Just tossing. There we go. And then I will probably push to tier 100 after I get everything to rank 8. And then I'll make the build video for this. Look how fast you hit. This isn't even really a damage loss, you know, just using the Bestial Rampage aspect. With just the werewolf attack speed, just because attack speed is so valuable. It's really just stacking the poison before it starts to run out. I want to put Howl back on here so I have another way of boosting up my barrier. Super easy to keep your barrier up when you have Howl, just because that heal that you get. And I also think I want to get ranks to defensive skills. I'd love to. I had a really good chess piece that had a ranks to defensive skills with a greater affix on it, but I died with that character. I'd love to have ranks to defensive skills. Debilitating, like ranks to debilitating war would be good, but the diminishing returns on more debilitating war ranks is so bad. And I would definitely like to have more out of my Cyclone as well as my Howl. Like just having a little bit more HP. Course. And I want to get it immobilized. I don't think freeze is that good, honestly. I like immobilize. I don't think the freeze is necessary. I like immobilize. Stun is okay, but I'd rather just have a lot of immobilize. Builds up the stagger bar a lot faster when you have a higher lucky hit chance. I love when my skill randomly target locks an enemy. I did not do that on purpose. I should probably be doing this with a Holy Bolt, but... Something else I wish they would do, I wish they would make the whole wall, when enemies put a wall up, the whole wall should be targetable. Like, you should be able to hit any section of the wall and it should break. Not just like one section that can be like obscured by like the entire jigsaw puzzle that sometimes spawns when those walls spawn. I wish I really didn't have to do that. I wish you could just swap back and forth and get that buff up on Bestial Rampage. See you later, brother. Have a good time, man. Might actually go up a couple pit levels. Even with just this setup, with Temerity, I have like well over 100k there. Well over 100k HP. Oh, bro, you can say that 2 times. Werebear augments. The only actual one that could be good is the Grizzly Rage duration. The problem is Grizzly Rage is just not something people want to use. There's not really another big issue with the Grizzly Rage and Dire Wolf, all of that, like, is the fact that you cannot use other skills that aren't specifically Werebear or Werewolf skills while you're in that form. It's really painful. They definitely need to, I don't know. Feels like they need to do something about that. I feel like making it where you can't use your skills is kind of just it's always going to feel bad. Actually, I'm going to keep that ring. I might use that on my Werebear. No, yeah, and pretty much everything has to be quick shift, you know. Pretty much everything has to be a quick shift setup. If not, it has to have like Godslayer crown and stuff like that. Oh man, come on. It's so expensive. One more. We'll do one more. Oh, let me toss this, sell this stuff real quick. Put this in the chest. I'm gonna put this Godslayer in there too. I was playing around with the human form and didn't really like it as much. I'm gonna take off the attack speed elixir and just use fortitude. I think that's better. I don't need the extra attack speed. We'll do 72. See, even this, like pit grinding and stuff, like that is not something that I necessarily enjoy doing. Like, I wasn't a huge fan. I do like the pit. I just wish it wasn't the only thing, like, to do. To get, like, in-game gear crafting material. I'd like to mix it up a little bit and do other things to get in-game crafting material. That'd be nice. I was looking at the cost to like rank your gear to like fully ranked master worked out all the way with the Nithal Iron. Now I don't even know if I want to do that, man. That just looks like a lot of pits to run to get that much iron. Maybe after the update. I think they're changing. It should be easier to get to tier 100 after the update because the bosses will change. I want to get tier 100 before the bosses though, before they change that. And I think I'll be able to do it with this easy. Probably do like a Fortitude Elixir with Bestial Rampage. I don't think I need as much HP like that. I like having both Ursine Strength and a Fortitude Elixir. This feels like a bit overkill. I could be wrong though. I might change my mind. But everything's so bad right now. Look at how everything's like spaced out. It's making this dungeon feel really slow. Might just break down and go ahead and use a Holy Bolt Elixir at some point. Got 35 zombies back here behind me. It also feels like just a bit of a chore to keep the quick shift up too. I'm not gonna lie, like swapping back and forth between werebear and werewolf the way you have to do it. Sometimes it just feels like a chore. I have to remind myself to constantly keep that buff up. Bro, that you are me. You are literally me, Ronnie. That's exactly what I do. I want to make so many builds, and then I'm like, in this season, like, it's such a time investment to crank out the build. Or you have to have like a group of people you play with, and you're just blasting like crazy, trading with each other, making sure you have the right gear pieces, and that you're not really putting investing in gear that's kind of subpar. Like, if you have that, then it's not so bad. But if you're playing solo like I do the majority of the time, and you're not, like, really hammering it like for a substantial period of time, every single day, it does. It definitely takes a lot of time, and I always switch around. I have like I've had several 100 characters die already. I have a funny video of my keyboard killing me with the build. With this build, I was making this Shear build like 2 weeks ago, like 2-ish weeks ago, and my keyboard killed me. It overrode my controller multiple times while I was in the pit, and I'll show you guys the video. It's kind of funny. I've kept it. I'm not sure what I want to do with it, but it's a pretty funny clip. But yeah, I have that same issue. Like, I want to work on a pet build. I want to level up a rogue and work on a rogue build. Then I want to work on a Stormclaw build. And I have to work on my Overpower Pulverized build here in Hardcore. Like, I have several builds. Eventually, I want to make a Rabies... No, I want to make a pure Poison Creeper build. No, I probably won't make it. I wanted to make a Poison Creeper Rabies build, but I wish they don't have any, like, just damage for poison skills. It's either damage to Rabies or damage to Poison Creeper. And it's kind of sad. I wish they had just straight damage to poison skills. So I might make a Poison Creeper build. I don't know. We'll see. Like a Poison Creeper landslide. Some kind of weird way of proccing Poison Creeper over and over again to get massive amounts of poison stacks on bosses. I think that might be pretty cool. You see how I just used my debilitating roar and it didn't cast? Yay. That'll get you killed. Notice how I'm also not keeping the buff up the entire time. I hate this one. Someone likes to play Tetris or something. Oh my god, dude. How about that? Try to stun me. It's too much. Too much on the screen at once. Wait. We survived. Probably shouldn't have, but we did. Look at all that. It's crazy. Yeah, that's how I feel, man. I feel like every stream I do is like a leveling stream. I'm like, okay, I'm leveling this character, I'm leveling that character, I'm leveling. Just because there's just so many different things I want to try out. And I know people, you know, I know it's like, you know, you want to use the best this, the best that, but I like a lot of obscure builds. All right, let's hope we get, come on. Damage to distant enemies. Let's go. Or attack speed. Okay. I'm fine with willpower. I'm fine with willpower too. Willpower's a decent stat. I'll take it. That's a little bit more damage. That's some damage there. I really want to get debilitating roar duration here. I should have probably rolled that at least to get... I would love to get just 2 hits on debilitating roar duration, but I'll take max life any day. Like anything, max life is fine. All right, let's do our let's do some leveling now. This is a pure companion build, so oh, I want to show you that clip real quick. Let me show you guys the clip of me dying real fast. It's kind of funny. So I was pushing the pit here. You see I'm at tier 74. And I didn't have temerity or anything for this setup because I hadn't farmed it. Like, I just got bad luck. It took me quite a long time to get temerity, believe it or not. And I was just start right here at the beginning. And then if you notice on my skills down here at the bottom, my keyboard starts overriding my controller and it kills me. So it's kind of funny. This is the kind of bad luck I've had in like hardcore this season. There it goes. And then I'm like panicking a little bit, trying to spam my roar. And then I try to use my scroll of escape, and it keeps shutting my scroll wheel off. And I died. And I didn't even know what was happening until I watched this back. I was like, "What just happened?" I couldn't move my character. But yeah, that I've kept that clip. I didn't know that Max Roll. I didn't know what DJ was holding like a competition. So I probably could have gave that. I could have put that in the competition for like really bad death or something. It was kind of funny. It wasn't funny at the time, but it's funny now. So this is not a wolves build. This is a companion build, right? So we're gonna try to build out Poison Creeper. We're gonna try to. The only thing we're not doing is going crazy on Ravens, because I can't make Ravens good. Jesus can't make Ravens good. Okay, like it literally is just a bad skill. So we still have points in it. We're using it for vulnerability, and we're using it for the crit chance. Outside of that, I cannot really get any use out of it. So, and because this is my second softcore character of the season, I don't have a lot of resources here. But we're working on it. I'm thinking about doing Shred, but Shred's lucky hit is so low. What's Shred? It's like 20% lucky hit chance. Like getting that crit high, I don't know if it would work out. I might just go ahead and do like elemental temperings to get like poisoning on like a two-hand here. I just don't need. I need damage, not damage over time. I need something that will apply to both my wolves and my poison creeper, and damage is the way to go. So we're just going to be leveling here. If you guys have a character roughly within this range, feel free to join me while we're doing the leveling. My battle tag is in the description of the video. Let's see, where do I want to go? Where's that dungeon at? Did I use I could have swore I used a new blind burrows. So it's working out pretty well. I'm using shapeshift to get that extra crit chance when I swap back and forth between werebear and werewolf. I have both claw and maul just to have that kind of like swap back and forth with my basic attacks. Build quick shift and everything. It's not too bad so far. I wanted to try Godslayer with it. And for damage reduction, we're just going to be going like hectic and we're going to be going hectic and cooling down debilitating roar. So did I put on that helmet? I did. Okay, so I have this +2 to companions. I don't want to do wolves again. I'm trying to make a companion build, so I felt like I was obligated to do plus ranks to companions and not just plus ranks to wolves, even though obviously wolves would be the optimal choice. And we're going nothing but poison creeper duration. We're not worried about wolf attack speed. I think once we can get more crit and everything. I almost wanted to run Subterranean with Aftershock just to give that, you know, easy cooldown for pack leader. But I think once we get enough cooldown, we're going to run cooldown on our amulet. We're going to run cooldown to companion skills on our jewelry pieces. Unfortunately, I don't have that right now. I only have cooldown to Poison Creeper and cooldown to Ravens. might swap back over in a little while to the do some more pit farming. The only problem is I don't have Unstoppable. But I'm hoping I can get away without needing Unstoppable. I feel like though I'm not sure why I like the fact that they give you the option with the different companion skills to like do more damage with this one or that one or whatever, but I almost feel like that's you know, it just pushes you in the direction of using the best companion skill. I still don't think they understand what people mean by they want to play a companion build. It's like they don't want to just play a wolves build. They want to be able to use all the companions to make a build. And I feel like when you give wolves so much, even though I still feel like we need more than 3 wolves. I feel like we need like 5 wolves. I feel like we need 5 or 6 wolves minimum. They need to move faster and be more aggressive. I would even be okay if they took a little bit of damage off of the wolves just to give us more wolves. But they couldn't do that without getting rid of shepherds, so shepherds is kind of putting us in a place where we can't really have more companions, because if we do, it just makes us even more powerful with shepherds. I feel like the duration is really useful here for Poison Creeper. I just need to get the resets, man. The resets are so important. I think the cooldown on the amulet, the cooldown on both companion skills, we can easily hit that 75% cooldown. The rest we can get with Hectic. I'm missing one. I wanted to do like a double cast of some kind, like double cast Earth Spike, but I definitely want that helmet slot for more cooldown. So we're going to run cooldown on the helmet, cooldown companion skills, and then maybe cooldown on the amulet. I think we're going to do amulet. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Maybe cooldown on the amulet. I might change my mind on that. Let's go running all the way back up here. It's just crowd clearing. Everything else is easy. Like, bosses are super fast. But that's the problem with the companion. You just don't have enough wolves. If we had more wolves, it wouldn't be so big of a deal. Like, Poison Creeper does a decent job at bringing stuff low, but Poison's, you know, the dot damage takes forever to actually kill something. Something dropped back here. I've also been doing some carries and stuff off stream, just kind of helping people out, stuff like that. So doing stuff like that kind of puts me behind, but I don't know. I just feel like I want to. What do we get? Some ascetic. Hey, I got those in hardcore too. I actually got this exact set of ascetic wraps in hardcore today. That's funny. Same lucky hit chance, same greater affix roll. I don't know if the values were the same. I know the 2 to Lightning Storm and 2 to Defiance were exactly the same. It's kind of funny. I'm not sure how much. I'm not sure what I want to do with the last Paragon points. Like, I have every bit of damage I can get here in Bane. I have Tracker here. I don't know if I'll use Tracker to... I don't know if I'll buff that up. I might grab another glyph. We have Shapeshifter here. I need to take some of this Dexterity. There we go. We got a point there. We take that there. And then we have Keeper here. So we still have quite a few points left. I picked up both of these. I might end up swapping some boards around. I'll probably pick this up. I might pick that up. No, I probably won't pick that up. Physical damage doesn't make any sense. I might change this board entirely, like swap its position to like here. Because there's not really any, and this is off willpower, so I'll probably pull this board, socket it in somewhere over here. So because it's just much, I'll be able to pick up these notes a lot easier. Yeah. No, this crit damage to crowd control enemies would probably be pretty good. And then it's another good one. I think we'll go survival instincts just for the damage to healthy enemy, damage while healthy. I don't know, probably not. Although this is a really good, this here is amazing. Look, you get 14% damage reduction while fortified right here. This is a great set of nodes there. And it's while fortified too, so super easy to maintain that. What do I have? We'll do Howling Warren. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Tyler. Also, I just posted my new wind shear setup with Temerity down in the description of this of the stream if you're interested in that. Now, I have not made the video for it, but there is a softcore variation of that. It's super duper tanky, probably the tankiest build for the Druid, I would say, this season. And I'm going to make a build video soon, but if you're interested in that, I'd say the Nature's Fury Landslide build is probably more fun, especially when you start getting the temperings you need. Like in the build video I made, I had really bad temperings, but I did it on purpose. But if you're looking for something that just has that kind of damage, probably the best build we have this season. Unfortunately, I don't know what. But I do like the boss kill potential on Nature Fury landslide builds, man. That stagger you build up so fast, you kill enemies so quick. That is probably the easiest time I've had killing tormented bosses this season. Like, I just run through Andariel, and I have terrible masterwork affixes. I'm gonna have to reset all of my gear, but I have no gold in softcore. I have like 11 mil. I have literally no gold, and it takes 5 mil to reset each one of those. So, but yeah, I carried someone. I did a duo, and I carried a person through tormented Andariel. It took me a couple tries, just because I hadn't really familiarized myself with that boss. But I was actually surprised I cleared it in a decent time frame for not having good gear. Well, I have decent gear, but my masterworking is terrible, and that's really where your damage comes from. So right now we're just working on a pure companion build. I'm kind of like it's not anywhere near finished because I have to obviously get the right gear pieces, but it's not too bad so far. Like, clearly wolves are doing the majority of damage, but our poison creeper is actually surprisingly doing well for the crowd clear. I don't know how well that's going to scale though. Like, when we start getting into higher tier content, I don't think poison creeper will actually be doing much of anything. Oh no, I don't need any. I'll get it, bro. I'll get it. I'll beg later. I'll beg later. I should start trading. You know what I think though, guys? I really think that with the amount of gold everything costs, they need to create a marketplace in the game. I know some people are against it, but with the way that everything costs so much gold and needing to use a third-party website just to sell your gear and your different crafting materials and stuff and boss summoning mats, I feel like it would be so much better if we could just have like one world, like one area to trade in, and you just post your loot and stuff, your gear and everything in a little marketplace, and people can go and buy it if they want it, or, you know. Well then, bro, you should definitely give my you should definitely get temerity and give my wind shear build a try out, man. Because I'm telling you, I think you're gonna enjoy the amount of tankiness, and it doesn't really sacrifice damage. Like, you're not sacrificing damage. I have a different Paragon board for softcore, so you get even more damage out of it, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with just how tanky it is. Razor plate, yeah, bro. It's razor plate and the amulet for necro. You know, I've been meaning to, but I give away a lot of stuff. I give away a lot of. I give gear away and stuff. If someone needs something. I just hate the third-party sites, man. I hate the third-party sites. I hate having to log into a different site, use that website to kind of like post things out and do all that, and then, you know, message people back and forth. Yeah, no problem, brother. Oh, I just threw that ravens in the dirt there. $500 million. Yeah, man, I know. I definitely know you can make a ton of. I've sold some stuff. I've sold some stuff myself in previous seasons. I just, man, it just seems like such a hassle. But I am impatient, so I just want to play. I want to play with the time I have. I don't want to sit here and be looking at the marketplace, trying to haggle with somebody.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like to gamble with my items, try to get my items on my own. The gold is just nice to have to do the masterworking and stuff. Like I said, it costs me over 100 mil just to get decent masterworking affixes on rank 4, you know, item. Just on the rank 4 crit. Took me quite a bit of gold just to do that. So it's just like, I do hope that, I think with the masterworking, if it stays that expensive, I think it would be a good idea if instead of it resetting your item all the way, if like you got to rank 4 and you were happy with the affix you got, if it only reset it back to rank 4. So that way you wouldn't have to do it all over again. I think that would be nice. I think I'll do Fang and Claw. Like, it definitely wouldn't feel as painful if all you had to do is reset it back to 4, go for the next 4 temperings. Probably only feel painful when you got to the Nithal Iron. Does anybody want these? They don't really have anything super... Like, it has a max out Lightning Storm crit strike. I'll put it in my chest, and I might find somebody who wants it. Oh, and let's go ahead and pay 7 mil to level up our potion. That's nice.
Thank you.
There we go. Yo, this XP buff feels so nice. I probably should have leveled with something different, but I just wanted to get a feel for this build. I want to do this, then I want to do my Stormclaw and Rogue. I've never played a Rogue before, so I am kind of excited to try that out. I don't know, I haven't looked at any guides. I won't look at any guides because I want to learn the class organically, but... I'm not gonna lie, I think Udija was playing like the Twisting Blades rogue. It looked really fun. Die, Corrupt Charger. Yeah, I definitely got to work on some tankiness. I think I will go ahead and pick up Inner Beast board just to get that, not Inner Beast, but Survival Instinct, just to get that extra fortify damage reduction. Yeah, I wish there was a way though that you could stay in werebear form and cast these companion skills, because I think that if you could do that, man, that Inner Beast node, I mean Survival Instincts node would be so good. You'd get that big damage multiplier off of Inner Beast. Kind of sucks that it makes you have to transform out of werewolf or werebear form to cast your companion skills. Although I do like it for shapeshifter. Doing it for shapeshifting glyph, that's not too bad, but it would be nice if you could stay in your werebear form. Because we are sadly missing a grizzly bear. And if I could be the grizzly bear, then I guess I would be satisfied. I'd also like to have a pool, like something to pull enemies together. I'm not sure if I want to run Eridas. I don't know if I don't know. Because I don't have a slot for an ultimate. I'd like to keep both Claw and Maul. But I might not. I might end up just keeping Claw, getting rid of Maul, running Petrified, using Eridas, and pulling everything. I might also just swap into Earthsign Strength instead of Bestial Rampage just to free up that extra slot there too. I don't think I really get much use out of the attack speed, considering all of the damage from the pets is the majority coming from their active skill. Except for maybe wolves, they do a decent chunk of damage when they hit stuff, but the 50x would be nice. I just don't want to run around with the werebear. I might do that though. I might just keep Maul instead of Claw, but then I'd have to get rid of Digigrate Gate, which is such a quality of life. It feels so nice to have that attack speed. I was running Godslayer for a second there, but I mean it just didn't feel as powerful. I'd have to keep Claw because of the lucky hit chance. And plus you lose the companion ranks too. It could end up being a wash. I might play around with it a little more just to see if I can make it work, but ultimately I think like losing those companion skills feels pretty bad. And then you want to transition into like a Harlequin Crest so you get the +4 ranks to everything, which I do have a Harlequin Crest. It's the only uber unique I have this season. Oh, nice. Did they give me, as long as they gave me a good Stormclaw. 6, actually it's pretty decent. 33, close, 32. Well, we just found our staff for my Stormclaw build, so. We'll put some points in Fang and Claw. I think I'll also put Tectonic, Teriel, Undaunted, Werewolf. Nah, we'll just go Fang and Claw. I think Fang and Claw will be the best. Is Fang and Claw magic glyphs, or is it magic's nodes, or is it is magic node? That's awesome. Let's see. What can we do with that? We can put that somewhere. What has some decent magic nodes? I have to look on these boards later. Probably here. Probably put it, yeah, I'll probably put it here. And then take Tracker out and put it over somewhere else. Because these have some good magic nodes. Damage reduction too. Yeah, probably put it over here. And just pull, like I said, I'll pull this board. I'll pull, where's it at? Yeah, I'll pull this board. Put it like way over here because I don't need the willpower's easy to get. If I take out Bestial Rampage and I just run Earthsign Strength, I can swap one of these over to the gloves, and I can run Eridas. Although I'll lose that companion damage. That's the only problem. It's like you lose that companion damage, but it might be worth it. But then I'll also lose Poison Creeper duration if I run something like Flicker Step to reset the ultimate. That'd be kind of sad. Although I could run the Inner Beast Paragon node and just swap back and forth over and over again to get that 5-second cooldown, and then use something like petrify, so that way the enemies I kill cool it down too. That way I could keep the boots. I don't see a lot of people using that, and I don't think they really should, but in this case, I think I could make it work to give me a nice cooldown off of my swapping and stuff. It's like 5 seconds, so it's pretty hefty cooldown. I wish what I would like them to do with Godslayer, I wish they would like reduce the damage multiplier on it maybe, and give it. Or am I just stunned forever? Yeah, perma stun, cool. And then give it like a lower cooldown, like maybe reduce the amount of multiplier by like half, and then half the cooldown on it. So it's like every 6 seconds, you'd have more uptime on it, and you would get the CC more often. So I feel like the CC is the most valuable part of that helmet. Obviously, I like the damage, but the CC is so nice. Pulling everything, clustering it up, and then burning it down really easily. Maybe not by half. Maybe like 40x instead of 60x. They could do 40x, and then I think it'd be a lot better that way. Man, I almost feel like I need to have the landslide set up just to get the procs on pack leader more often. I just don't want to pull any damage from it. I just like to have that the ability just to reset pack leader. It just makes a world of difference. Especially because I have shapeshift glyph, it really helps get that instant crit reset every time you cast your poison creeper. I just don't know what I would give up. Probably Edge Master, Bestial Rampage, swap into Earthsign Strength, and I could try it out. I have to move some skill points around, but I could do that. I only need one. Really only need one. I'll go ahead and do that in a second. I'll try it out. As long as we're getting the damage from the poison and not landslide, I think it still counts. And then I could swap over to, that's actually really good, because then I actually could swap to Shred. And then I would just Shred in with the crit from Shred. It would probably play out a lot better. But then I wouldn't have Hectic. And I like to have Hectic for Debilitating Roar. We'll see what happens. If I get the right amount of cooldown, it shouldn't matter. I should still be able to keep up my Debilitating Roar for a decent amount of time. And the duration, because I can run like 3 duration rolls. Like 1 helm, 1 pants, 1 chest piece on Debilitating Roar. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, it uses it, but you can also use a human form. I would personally, the only difference is if you use the human form that I have there, it would, you probably need to run movement speed instead of Digigrade Gate to make it feel more, fluid in terms of your mobility. But, you know, I have, that's the only instruction I didn't put in there. But honestly, the Tempest Roar is not really a big part of the build. Tempest Roar has the worst stats, some of the worst stats. So it's not really that big of a deal. If you have a regular Tempest Roar, it's not going to matter. Or you could have a greater affix rolls on everything. The only thing that would matter is the damage while shape shifted. So it's not as big of a deal. Now, Temerity, if you had a max roll on Temerity with a max barrier, that's what really, that max life is really good. Anytime you get max life and a greater affix. It was hard to get that Temerity, man. No, like literally, I went to buy a pair off of trade site. No hardcore Temerity pants for sale. I had to like group up with a dude who was kind enough to let me kind of help him farm up Zur, because I used all my Zur mats. I got 0 pairs of Temerity. It was super frustrating. All right, let's try this out. So we'll swap out. We'll swap this. What am I doing? Let's go here. We'll do Aftershock. Sucks to give up these aspect slots, but I want to try it out here. We'll do Subterranean. Let's go. We should just need 1 point here. Probably, we might do 3 points for the Raging. Don't want to give up those points in Digigrade Gate. Not really. I guess we will. It's not a big deal. We'll go with the Raging Landslide for extra landslide pillars. Okay. See how well this works out. I think this will probably work. Oh, Light's Refuge. We're not doing that. Trash. Blood Soap Crag. Oh yeah, for the ascetic wraps, yeah, man, you can throw some ascetic wraps in there. Definitely, you can throw ascetic wraps in there. It works perfectly with the build. Yeah, see, we're already getting that cooldown. I just like to have the ranks to core skills So, because I like the tornado damage. And you see how fast it cools it down, man? So much faster. Now I just need a CC breaker. I might get like trample or something. Pretty much a guaranteed crit when you swap anyway, just because of how much crit chance you end up having. I think this combined with a lot of cooldown is going to make spamming skills a lot easier. Just sucks not to have. Oh, let me go ahead and swap out my Bestial Rampage real fast too. That attack speed I'm losing, I'll probably pick up with just running, just by running Shred instead. Yeah, this already feels much better. I just have to remember to cast my wolves first. Cast my wolves, then cast my poison creeper. That way it cools it down. Because if I cast my poison creeper and then I cast my wolves and it doesn't proc, it's gonna suck. Yeah, there we go. It's like a world of difference. A world of difference when you have that set up like that. Now we just have to scale up our damage. Like scale up our poison creeper duration so we get the maximum amount of poison that we can off of there. Scale up our companion cooldown on our rings since we don't have any companion cooldown. And I'm telling you, they definitely still, if they would remove the lucky hit off of a lot of these skills, a lot of the boons, they'd be so much better. Like if Pack Beater just had a 25% chance to proc off of a crit and not a lucky hit crit. We just have to make sure our survivability is up there. Can finally get 925 gear from the vendor, so that's nice. Oh my god, dude. I don't really care about Ravens. It's like Ravens on cooldown, who cares? I need the wolves to definitely reset. kill that pack and turn around. At least we don't have to constantly swap back and forth now. It's going to be interesting to try this out on bosses when we get it fully set up. So I need companion max life cooldown. I need Call of the Wild ranks, crit chance, and I could go cooldown or I could go attack speed. I might go attack speed, but I might go cooldown. Crit chance, max life, and then whatever. Crit chance, max life, and then whatever. And then damage here is good. I just need a new staff because I got the lacerate duration. I had an 8% crit to shred, but then I decided to gamble it a little bit. I shouldn't have. Not with that item. That's a really good one. I got lucky, but then I kind of got unlucky. Not necessarily, because it is an 883 staff, so I need to find new staff anyway, but I could probably try to roll that damage over time off. That's probably what I'll do. If I can just get straight damage, because then it'll apply to both my poison creeper and my wolves. Let's go ahead and just try it real quick. Just temper this one. Just want a nice companion damage. Cool. Come on, guys. I always get those mid rolls. And then shred crit. Do I have another one? Yes. Come on. Yeah, garbage. In the garbage. I'm gonna brick it. Haha. Not even a chance. That's alright. That's fine. Let me socket this helmet. Went to the wrong person. Destroy it. Get some staff. Give me staff. Overpower max life. Oh, that's not bad. Overpower max life. Okay. Let's see. Let's start off with this guy here. 3 wolves in a row. Poison creeper. Ravens. Ravens. Thank you. All right. Wolves. Poison creeper. Wow. Wow. How many rolls is that in a row that I haven't gotten companion? That's like it's like 15? 15 rolls? Jesus Christ. This is I mean, it's a 1 in 4. I'm bricking everything, yo. That's crazy. This has to be a record on bad luck. This is crazy. What? Oh my God, thank you. Now let's see, do we get lucky? Oh my goodness. That's pretty pretty bad RNG there for me. I think I just rolled it over 20 times and didn't see a companion stat until the last one, and that was then it got bricked on laceration. That's pretty impressive. I was hoping for an event there. I think at the end of the day, I probably will just drop Hectic. Just keep my Metamorphosis on. It'd feel a lot better to have it. I'm frozen. When I get those resets, it's amazing. When I don't get the resets, it's not amazing. It's funny to have to invest so much just for resetting a boon. Course is fire resistance, because that's what we all need. We need a big roll on fire resistance. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry. I feel like it'll feel better when we get the shred crit. My only issue is the lucky hit chance. I feel like that lucky hit chance is so low, 20%. It's like you're gonna crit, but man, I need that cooldown like yesterday. All that cooldown would be so nice to have. I was actually thinking maybe going like 1 cooldown wolves, 1 cooldown companion skills, but I think I can get enough cooldown that I'll max out the cooldown cap. That worked like a charm. Now, if we can get that to happen every time, this will be much smoother. We can get that to happen just like that every single time. Hey, what's that? A dolmen stone. With a greater affix on it. Resource cost reduction will probably be the best to have one greater affix. Yeah, I might, when I drop this, I might go, I might drop this and pick up Fevering Maul just to get that damage reduction. So I'll have like Shred, Fevering Maul with the attack speed and damage reduction. And then, Debilitating Roar for if I get in trouble. Did I pick up the murmurs? Let's see. Max life, +2 to wrath skills. Where's the chest at? Did I hit the chest? Blood Soap Crag in the prison of Chaldeum. This one's fast. Just scrap the Blood Soap Crag. I think I'll just run Metamorphosis back here. And then Fevering Maul, leave it there. Don't I have a better Fevering Maul though? I do. Yeah, I like that better. Make sure I don't have a better Dolmen Stone. I'm pretty sure I do. I really need a better staff. I'll have to check my extra items. I'm sure I have a staff in there somewhere. I have to have a staff. Already feels better with the meta. Open. Open. I think it's funny how this this dungeon ends so abruptly. Not this one, but not this one. It's the one where you destroy the maggot sacks that they have. I forget what the place is called. It's like you go through this long beginning, but then you have this super fast end to it. It's not really long, it's just like a medium. But then all of the objectives are super close by. You just run to each one. The power of debilitating roar. I think the problem, if I fight Lilith, will I be able to break the blood boils? That's the problem. There's so many blood boils. They're all so tanky. Maybe with Shred. Gotta be careful not to cast my Poison Creeper like right after I cast my Wolves, just so I get the shapeshift, like Poison Creeper or Wolves, Claw, Poison Creeper, Claw. So I constantly get that shapeshift back. I'm broke, I need that item to sell it. These are usually good events. It's the ones where you have to like save the adventurers or whatever. They barely summon any enemies. These ones always summon a bunch. It's like doing any other wave event they have. Yeah, I definitely feel like maybe leveling with a different build would have been faster, but I don't know. This isn't too bad. It's kind of slow, but we're not racing. We're almost to 100 anyway. Look at the damage on those ravens with all that companion skill buff damage and everything. All the in all of the buffs that they've received. I need to compile a list of all the buffs that the ravens have received so I can actually like determine how bad they would have been had they never been buffed. I bet it's probably pretty shocking. Come on, proc, man. Jeez. Oh, and then I died to that. That's hilarious. All that I made it through. And then I died to whatever that was. It also feels like sometimes there might be some weird like lockout on pack leader. I don't know. Just probably just really bad RNG. Alrighty. Get rid of all this junk. See if I have any. There we go. What do we got? Cool. Okay. Good old Mercy's Reach. I killed Lilith with a pure companion build last season, but she wasn't quite as tanky. still wasn't the easiest thing to do, but she wasn't quite as tanky. So you definitely have to be doing a lot more damage. By the way, again, guys, my battle tag is in the description of the stream. If you guys are interested, you want to join the party, do some leveling, some grinding, whatever, you are more than welcome to join in. That's pretty much my rule now. If you guys feel like you want to play, let me know. And if you need anything, like if you need a carry through a capstone or something like that, or you need, let me know too, because I don't mind doing that. It's so fast now. I can get people to 55 in under like 20 minutes. So it's super easy if you need to level anything. Even with this build, it's easy. I feel like I need a macro, bro. It's like one button and hits all my companion skills at once. Oh my god, dude. I kind of zoned out there for a second. Started running back down the hallway. That's funny. Oh, look at that. Get in there, wolves. I always have to be mindful of my my metamorphosis. I tend to spam it just for mobility, just because I like to move around faster.
Think I can manage from here.
That's another thing I have to do. I have to farm up some more rubies in hardcore. Need to finish up. I have like two more rubies I need to max out. I hope they don't nerf rubies, man. You get so much, I think it's like 45% to your HP with all your rubies. It's crazy. I will say I do think they have a nice little sweet spot they've found for survivability, like building out survivability now that we don't have all the damage reduction. It's like getting HP, a sizable amount of HP feels really good. No, yeah, I already said that, though. Yeah, I already said that. I have tried to roll. I don't know if you were here earlier, bro, but I tried to roll like 4 or 5 staffs to get companion skill damage and shred crit chance, and yeah, bricked every single one of them. Yeah, so I've definitely tried to get it. I just had pretty bad luck there with the tempering. So until I get crit chance and companion damage on a staff, I'm not gonna worry about it. No, yeah, I know. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm following you, bro. That's the plan. You're reading my mind. That's literally what I'm going to do. Maybe 1 point in shred. I might actually put 3 just for the poison, just to keep it thematic. I might put 3 points just to pick up the poison passive. Because let's face it, if I don't have debilitating roar up, you're pretty much dying. So. Yeah, that's the plan, El Capitan. We are going to slot in shred, but I just haven't had a staff roll with shred crit chance and companion skill. As a matter of fact, the very last staff of the ones that I rolled companion damage, but then rolled lacerate duration. So it took me, I think I want to say over 20 rolls just to get companion damage on one of the staffs. Super weird RNG, like really bad luck. It's not that it's, yeah, I feel like it's pretty necessary, yeah. I feel like it's pretty necessary because of the low lucky hit chance that Shred has. I mean, I don't want to just use it just for purely for mobility. Like, it needs to have some utility to reset my, poison, to proc pack leader. You know what I'm saying? Like, the crit chance is going to be pretty valuable. It just has such a low, lucky hit, so kind of makes up for it in a way. I mean, it wouldn't be game changing. Like even if even if I picked up one with crit chance on it right now, it's not like it's going to be game changing. Like, just having shred in general isn't going to be game changing. The only thing that's going to make it feel better is having a lot more companion skill damage, having higher crit chance, and scaling up my duration on my poison creeper. Because if I don't do that, then it's basically just a wolves build, which would really crappy wolves build. So. And then obviously getting more duration on, like more cooldown and more duration on my debilitating roar. I think that's gonna probably put me in a pretty good spot. Oh my god, it's all the way over here. Over on the side. Yeah, but I'll definitely keep Maul just to have that basic attack, like might, as well as Fevering Maul. But I might end up changing that. I might end up changing that too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm stunned. Pick up them sapphires. I wish we had more choices on our gems though. Like I can only get like crit damage, vulnerable damage. I wish they just had a gem for flat damage. It's always so funny when you start getting procs, man. Just constant procs. I think it'd also be beneficial if at some point in time maybe they reduce the cast time on your companion skills, make them come out more instantaneous. Instead of like that small delay between when you hit the button in the cast. Like the character animation in the cast. It almost makes me feel like just casting Ravens is a waste of time. Yeah, we got a decent amount of poison coming out of our poison creeper. Like, just increasing that duration is pretty nice. Go, bear, go. This is definitely one of the builds that I wish I could move my, like, customize my UI down there and pull my skills, like, closer to the, like maybe side or center of the screen so I could see when they were off cooldown much easier. Maybe we'll get lucky with this staff. All right, let's see what we got here. Of course, life on hit. Well, we still got willpower and max life, so we'll live anyway. Alright. Poison creeper. Wolves. Another poison creeper. Another wolves. Another poison creeper. And a raven. Hey, at least they didn't hit me with the wolves. Alright. That's phenomenal.
Fate is with you, I can tell.
Let me check my I don't think I have any. No, I don't. I knew I kind of ran through them earlier because I was having the same problem. That's actually exactly what I want right here. I'll just roll it for more health. Let's see. But can I get poison creeper? Poison creeper. Wolves. Poison creeper. Ravens. Ravens. Wow. Okay, so you seen it there. Okay, that was 2 staves. What was that? 7, what is it? 7 rolls? 2 free one? I don't know. A lot of rolls. 0 companion skill damage rolls. The game is not liking me very much. 0. 0 companion skill damage. I don't know how that's even possible. I feel like I'm setting some kind of record there. That's crazy. I'll just use up all my bad luck now. I'm fine with it. For good luck when we finish out getting our gear. That's what we want the best gear pieces later, not right now. Probably when we have the money to actually do something with them. I think at least with Shred too, I'll be able to break stuff like the blood boils much easier. Lord have mercy. know I left that back there. Oh, I hate when that happens. I know there's an objective back that one. I'm gonna have to backtrack. Yeah, I definitely need to get an upgrade to my staff. I wonder how many treasure goblins I could get with my landslide setup. On a greed shrine with an event, like a greed shrine with an event, not just any old greed shrine. Another butcher. Interesting. Right now, this waller's helping me. He doesn't even know it. Our 4 wolves. At least they spawn back faster now. Two blood boils. To the boss. Wait, we got one more. Oh my god, dude. Then to the boss. I gotta get more ranks than Digibird Gate. What do we get? Some good spirit cost, max attack speed. That's a really good one. And a 29%. That's probably an upgrade from my landslide build. I just have to get spirit cost reduction on that. Tempering. It's actually really good. Oh, snap. Yeah, it helps out quite a bit. 25% crit chance when you just shift. Helps out quite a bit. More specifically when you're using certain things that help you, like certain things that you can reliably like just shift one time. Like when I'm trying to cast a Poison Creeper with Subterranean, it really helps there. Or if I'm doing a pulverized build where I need to get a guaranteed crit, it helps there. Like if you're doing like a overpower setup where you're building out Banished Lords and then you got that crit ready to go, so you can get that guaranteed 25% crit chance. It helps a lot. Just have bad, I don't really want to do Fetid Mausoleum. It's the Carnal House. We'll do that. I don't know what the other ones are. Yeah, it's just for that skill hit. Yeah, you're not gonna, you don't keep it. I don't, that's not, from my knowledge, how it works. You just get it for that that one skill hit. So it's not worth using it if you're doing something that you're spamming a skill, like constant spamming a skill. But if you can target a specific skill that you're trying to use it with and then do it like that one time, it's useful. Like, for instance, with Clarity, like with Clarity and Shapeshifter, right? You can stack up 45% crit chance with Clarity, and then you also have another 25 from Shapeshifter. So you can end up, you know, with just a small critical strike investment in your gear pieces, you'll end up with a 100% chance to proc your, you know, to hit a crit on an enemy. So it's really niche. It's not really meant for everything, but for the things that you can build it with, it does work pretty well. Like this with resetting pack leader, as long as you shift, you know, you'll get more often than not, you'll get resets off of your subterranean aspect. Especially when you start building out your own crit chance that you have available to you, like when you start reaching that like 40% range, 45% crit chance. Yeah, it's definitely not meant for everything. this poison puddle ever gonna go away? It's like a permanent part of the dungeon there.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Another amulet. A Banish Lords. I think I need to make a pulverized build in softcore instead of hardcore. I think 79. 79. Who said homeboy hit 79 with the pulverized build? I think I can do above a 79 pretty easily with a pulverized setup. With a crit pulverized setup, I think I could do above that pretty easily. Overpower, I'm not sure, but I know for a fact I can do above that. Now it makes me want to do it. I'm really digging the temerity, bro. I mean, I'm feeling like I could run temerity on a few builds. The fact that you can gain your barrier with your potion, and it's pretty easy to get, you know, build up that with the potions. I don't want to try it out on a lot of builds, to be honest. For tankiness. I think what I'll do is, if I find that the overpower version of the pulverize is just not, like, if I cannot hit a really high overpower hit, then I'll just swap it back to my crit variation, and then push that build and see if I can't, like, do something with that. But yeah, I feel like 79, like I don't feel like I would need to invest much in my gear at all to hit 79. I guess I don't think so.
Skills are matched. We'll see.
Hey, at least they gave me a good dungeon this time. Oh yeah. All right. We are slowly but surely making it to 100. Oh my god. Will I be at level 100 before I can farm a staff that is actually useful? And that doesn't get bricked when I temper it? I don't know. It's not looking good for the staff, I'll tell you that. It almost makes me want to log off and go into my landslide set up and see if I might have something in my inventory. Thank goodness they brought the damage down on those blood blisters. I don't feel like they hit hard at all anymore. Neither does the drifting shade. The drifting shade feels like it doesn't hit too bad either. That could just be the fact that I'm typically running like well over 40k HP pretty early on. About to run this cleaver. I can run this axe until it's not too bad. Axe isn't so bad. I still think better to run your staff, more attack speed, so. But hopefully I'll have better luck here with the temperings.
Use it well.
Just getting companion skill damage seems to be trouble. Okay, thank you. Wow. The game listened to me. Now, come on now. Come on now, 1 in 3? 1 in 3, come on. You can't do that to me. No. How can you hit laceration so many times in a row? There has to be a weighted, like, I can't imagine that it's all like, I can't imagine there's an equal chance to hit these things. I can't think that that'd be the case. It just seems like it just. Oh well.
That looks worse.
I need the damage anyway. This doesn't seem like it'd be the case. I hit laceration so much, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think... Where do I have alpha at? Shouldn't have alpha anywhere else. Except for my... Oh, it's already... That's why.
Well, let's have a look.
There we go. I'm just gonna swap it. Why not? Let's just swap it out. That's crazy. And then grab up the poison. Does this scale? No, doesn't look like it scales with the rings. That is... Oh well. Let's go do the blood meat. No, butcher's cleaver. That's funny. I wonder what they're gonna ever, if they're ever gonna do anything with some of these uniques that no one really uses. I'd imagine they will. I don't know when they will, but it'd be nice if they would. Yo, has anybody checked out this week's Gauntlet? The map? It's so weird. I don't like it. I only played like the first week. After that, I wasn't like really worried about it. Bar. I think I probably could just sit here and farm up a staff. I like the gauntlet this season actually. You know, it's definitely playing a lot better than it did last season. I got my hardcore rank 1 at the very first week this season on Druid, and I was happy with that. But it was a lot of fun playing it again and actually having to like use your build and not just shrines everywhere. Like, it's a lot more fun. But still needs a little bit of tuning. I'm not sure why they say it's tuned up for like a tier 70 dungeon. It never feels like that. It always feels like there's more, like it's a lot higher than a tier 70. Even the damage that I tend to get in there is a lot higher than what I would think you would get in a tier 70. So I don't know if I don't know what's going on in the back end there, but it definitely feels like the doesn't feel like a tier 70 to me. I remember there was a guy, someone was telling me, I think on my tier list video, there was a guy who was adamant that I was wrong, that Lightning Storm was going to be like such a better build, or like why he thought people thought Tornado was so good. I tried to explain it to him, but he just wasn't getting it. And then Shred was another one of those, like, people really, there's some strong Shred lovers out there. They just don't want to believe that their Shred was going to be not so great. Season's still young, though. Maybe someone can find a bug. I'm sure there could be a bug. I hope they buff that, man. I really do. I hope they buff up Shred. And I hope they rework Waxing Gibbous. It's such an interesting look. I really like the look of the Waxing Gibbous. I think it's a cool looking axe. It'd be nice if I also wish they would change axes to damage while healthy instead of damage to healthy enemies. I feel like if they did that, it'd be a lot better. I would definitely prefer to have damage while healthy on the axes. Especially because of the pit, like high tier pit, you're not one-shotting anything. You're gonna take it down real slow, and it's gonna take a long time. Having damage to healthy enemies is just such a useless. Honestly, anything like that, damage to healthy, damage to injured enemies, just not good at all. Just not good. Just go ahead and use that. God only knows, maybe I'll get a staff out of there. Oh, yeah, there's a staff. Got no more room. let's go ahead and teleport back, get rid of all this stuff, come back, fill up our inventory again. This is definitely taking longer than I want it to take. That's something else I have to do with my hardcore characters. I have to finish up all of my Iron Wolf stuff. I don't ever really, like, set foot in Hell Tides after a period of time. I feel like it takes a long time to level up the Iron Wolf's reputation anyway. Although I will say I've gotten more Stygian stones out of Iron Wolf reputation than I have out of the vault itself. Which is kind of funny.
I need more time.
Let's see what I have in my chest real fast. Yeah, I was having that discussion earlier with a person, and I feel like that just compounds the problem with the class. That instead of fixing Shred to make it actually good, now we're just going to funnel everything into the Thunderstruck node. And for me, that's really bad class design. Like, you shouldn't want every single skill to be, you know, part of a storm because of Thunderstruck. Like, you have to buff other things at that point, like, to make them actually good. Or else everything needs to be storm skills, right? It's the same reason why the best landslide builds are using Thunderstruck. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why? But it is what it is. Like, that's... It's just the way it is. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know why they made them so rare. Like, why? Just, I don't know. I'm glad that they're going to be increasing the amount that you get them. I feel like if you can kill a tormented boss, you should be able to kill a tormented boss. In the short term, oh man, that kills me. I don't like it, man. I don't like it at all.
Not while I'm in town.
Every single skill, even even good old pulverize. Pulverize. I actually thought about that, bro. I thought about making a pulverized build that uses Nature's Fury to proc Lightning Storm. I think that you could make that. Because in Ursine Horror, if you proc Lightning Storm with Ursine Horror, it sits in that one spot. And it just hits multiple times. And I just thought, like, you know what? I could go ahead and give it a shot. Make a build with Pulverize that just procs Lightning Storm over and over again. I don't think it... man, I don't think it would fix it anyway.
Only honest magic.
To be honest. There are just some things about Shred that I think need to be kind of ironed out. Same thing with Landslide, same thing with a lot of other skills. Man, that was just every single time. We go from like everything would be like Thunderstruck, Shepherds, 3 companions. I mean, it pretty much is already, so I guess it really wouldn't be that much of a difference. I'm just wondering, like, how we still have, I'm wondering how we still have, constricting tendrils, bro. That's my biggest, like, that's the big question mark. Like, how do we still have constricting tendrils? And it's not been, like, nothing's been done to, but then again, I could say the same thing about Perfect Storm. It's like how I can get that makes perfect sense. Like when you put those two together, like when you understand that we still have Perfect Storm, and the only buff that they gave it was a 5%, like a 5% multiplicative buff. It makes perfect sense why we still have constricting tendrils. I don't know if I want to use Shred anymore. Little dude's hiding in the corner.
I do not have enough space. I'm not ready yet.
It's like I feel the same way about like double cast. It's like everything now needs a double cast because double cast is so powerful. So everything has to have a double cast. Like Lightning Storm needs a double cast, even though you have ascetic wraps, you need a double cast. And then Shred, double cast Shred. I don't know how that would work mechanically, but I think it'd be interesting. Double cast Pulverize, double cast everything. I might swap this back to Claw. I think I like the Claw better. I don't know, maybe I just gotta get used to it. It's like most of the other passives feel redundant, like pulverized size. Pulverized size feels pretty redundant. Lightning storm duration. I think the best thing, the best thing to do with lightning storm isn't even to channel it all the way. You don't even want to channel it. You just want to channel it till you're like hitting like 2 or 3 lightning strikes. So that way it stays nice and condensed.
I'm out of spirit.
I don't know. See, this is why I think I want to keep claw, man. Or I need like a roll of spirit costs on spirit regen. I think I'm getting a little tired. I don't think I like the shred. I might end up just going that lucky hit chance to proc like an elemental set of damage. I really don't want to get any spirit cost. I don't want to get any spirit cost reduction or any spirit generation. So on any of my gear pieces. Although, you know what I could do? I could take, since I'm not using it, I could take off rapid aspect. Have mercy. Yeah, I think I'll just swap back to claw. I feel like claw was just a little better. And then have companion damage, and then lucky hit chance to proc an elemental damage like poison, I think. Didn't they nerf those like crazy? Weren't they like 40k? I think they were like 40k on the PTR. Now they're like 8k. I don't know why they nerfed. There had to have been a reason or something. Oh, you could proc it for like 40k. Some really decent. Some decent amount. Yeah, I don't like this. Because then I feel like I'm not getting my digigrade gate, and I have to get, in order to get digigrade gate, I have to be a werewolf. So it's just slowing me down overall. And I don't want to get spirit generation. I don't want to get spirit cost reduction. Level up tracker.
Not while I'm in town.
Cold resist.
I cannot do that here.
See if we can temper this hammer.
Ruin all
Actually, let's just get some stabs.
very nice. But could be better.
Not while I'm in town.
There we go. We got one. It's not bad either. All right. Hey, that's beautiful. All right, we're just gonna keep it just like that. Just gonna keep it just like that. I think that makes more sense anyway. I'll hold on to this staff for a minute. I'm so happy for this event now that we get prisms so much easier. Like,
Head travels.
well, let me go ahead and build out 2 more rubies and unsocket this. That's gonna be,
Yes, yes, I have.
there we go. I think it'll just work better this way. It just felt like it was a little bit more fluid that way, just because I can keep up my digigrade gate. I want to pick up those 3 points. I don't like not having them. Where can I take points from? I don't think I can take points from anywhere.
I cannot do that here.
I think we'll do like one more. Just YouTube for right now. I plan, maybe I might dual stream in the future. I probably put out another poll to see if people want me to stream on Twitch. It might be better to stream on Twitch than on YouTube. I do like the stream. I do like how they have it set up. I've streamed on Twitch before, but it's a little bit harder when you don't have much of a following. You get a lot of solicitors, so it can be a little bit it's just kind of annoying. Every time someone comes in, it's like, hey, I really like your stream. I was checking it out. I see that you don't have any of these things, and I can do it for you. And it's like, no, I don't really want you to. It's like, I don't mind. It's like, oh no, it's not about the money. You can pay me later. I'm like, I don't want you to. I had one stream where I had a solicitor come in, and they were so aggressive that the solicitor that was already in my stream was like, "Hey, bro, you're." He said no. It was kind of funny. They're like, "Okay, I'm here for the same thing, but you're coming on too strong." That's a true story. I almost want to be like one of the old people, put like a no solicitation sign up. They use like a lot of fake profiles. I might stream on Twitch at some point in time. Might dual stream. I've been trying to figure out how to stream on X, but for some reason my library, it's something weird with the media library not loading. I don't know. I have a lot of problems that I have to figure out. It's what happens when you're trying to figure all this stuff out on your own. You know what would be kind of interesting if you could see, this is a tempering thing where I feel like some uniques need to like it. Could you imagine if you could temper the crone staff? I wonder if it would be really good to like temper it and then get like chance to apply poison or chance to like the elemental temperings, chance to hit with like this poison or something like that. I feel like anything with like a high lucky hit chance, you can do something really interesting with. Pretty sad when your basic attacks can't even break a damn blood blister, you know what I'm saying? Like when your basic attacks by themselves without having to ramp them up into like obscene amounts of like investment just to make them good, can't break a blood blister. They just can't do it. Of points, but it's okay. We'll figure it out later. Just travel onward to the boss. So I'm getting a bit tired and feeling sleepy. I wanted to hop back on my hardcore character and do a little bit of farming, but not like this. I ain't trying to die. Can I just say that this is way too tedious? Like, am I wrong to say that? Is this too tedious? Like, this feels like it's... Like, I like playing a companion build, but it just feels like such a chore to get your pack leader to proc. Feels very tedious, like... Especially after doing it for, like, a season. And really working on a companion build last season, it does feel kind of tedious. I have a Discord, but I used to have it linked. I'll have to put another link in. I'll have to start linking it again. The links expire, so it kind of got annoying to keep posting a link. My Discord is like bare bones, though. It's nothing. It's nothing. Nothing to write home about. That's for sure. I'm just trying to focus on like one platform at a time. Like try to figure out YouTube, figure out streaming, get like a, you know, get like some kind of pattern of streaming down, which I haven't done yet. But once I get a Discord built, I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to figure it out. But anyways, I'm gonna call it there. I'm just a bit too tired, and I'll probably be I probably won't be back on tomorrow. I can run your Discord for you. That's exactly no. You gotta approach it a little bit better. You gotta be like, well, you know, you don't have to pay me now, but I could do it, and then maybe, you know, we'll talk about it. We're friends. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I'm gonna probably try to wake up early, get some gameplay footage for my Shear setup, so that way I can make that video as soon as I can. But I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow or the next day, but I'll still be working on stuff to try to get some content out there, get some videos done. And then probably on like Tuesday, sometime Tuesday, I'll be able to pick back up with the streaming. But anyways, guys, I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one. See you later, brother. Have a good night, Tyler. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Believe me. It definitely beats talking to yourself.